Okay. So, as I said yesterday, the most important thing is to try and be relaxed now. So try to get your body, just allow your body to settle in a really comfortable position. Be comfortable. Be relaxed. Yes, make sure your back is as straight as you can, your back of your head tall, your chin slightly tucked in, your eyes half closed, soft gaze, your arms comfortable, but most of all, relax. At the moment, our mind is scattered, dealing with everything outside. So just gently draw the mind inward, inward. And become aware of how your whole body is responding to each in-breath and out-breath. Each in-breath and out-breath. Now at this stage, your mind is not crazily going around the body noticing this or that. When you're observing the body at this stage, it's almost like an aerial view. An aerial view, so you see your whole body responding to the in-breath and your whole body responding to the out-breath. Very gentle. And allow one part of your mind to scan your body from the crown of your head to the tips of your toes, simply noting any areas of tension and then moving on with your scan. And without altering the rhythm of your breathing in any way, simply notice that on the out-breath, all the tension leaves the body on each out-breath. And as the tension leaves the body on the out-breath, notice how relaxed your facial muscles, how smooth your forehead, how spacious the area around the eyes and between the eyes. Notice how relaxed your shoulder muscles, how your shoulders have dropped now to a much more comfortable position. How soft, how soft, how soft your abdomen is now. Notice how it responds so easily to each in-breath and out-breath. Each in-breath and out-breath. And through paying attention to the movement of the abdomen, to each in-breath and out-breath, allow a sense of stability to arise. And maintaining your relaxation, maintaining your stability, simply notice that on the in-breath, your mind is becoming brighter. On the in-breath, your mind becoming sharp. No force necessary, very natural. And now with this relaxed, stable body and a sharp, bright mind, you create your motivation for the day. So generate a strong positive motivation, make it clear in your mind, then shift your focus to that motivation, gently hold it with your mind. Sometimes this is easier said than done, but just give it a go. Just shift your focus. And for those of you who are happy to do so, we can do the prayers. I go for refuge until I am enlightened to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Supreme Assembly. By my practice of giving and other perfections, may I become a Buddha to benefit all sentient beings. I go for refuge until I am enlightened to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Supreme Assembly. By my practice of giving and other perfections, may I become a Buddha to benefit all sentient beings. I go for refuge until I am enlightened to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Supreme Assembly. By my practice of giving and other perfections, may I become a Buddha to benefit all sentient beings. May all sentient beings have happiness and the causes of happiness. May all sentient beings be free from suffering and the causes of suffering. May all sentient beings be inseparable from the happiness that is free from suffering. And may all sentient beings abide in equanimity, free from attachment for friends and hatred for enemies. Coffee. Welcome. Welcome. Can I just check how many people, this is the first day they didn't manage yesterday? One. Oh, so there's a few. That's okay, that's good. So welcome today. That's fantastic you came. I believe it's very windy out. Yeah. You're better off here. Yeah, you're better off here. So this weekend, starting from Friday, was looking at the wisdom of emptiness, the wisdom of emptiness. This is a very profound, very deep and profound topic. Very deep and profound. It has many subtle levels, many subtle levels. It has a language code all of its own, complete language code. And it has esoteric aspects that are very beguiling. Sometimes when people first start to look at emptiness, it can be very daunting, this wisdom. It can be quite daunting. So one of the ways where it can become less daunting is to have an idea of the context. And we spent a lot of time yesterday looking at the context of emptiness within the Buddha Dharma. And I'm just going to briefly go through that for the people who missed it, okay? So, and for those of you who were listening yesterday, it's a refresher, no problem. So, if you're looking at the whole of the Buddha Dharma, all of it, and is presented to you as a lam rim, and for those of you who understand the lam rims, a series of topics, meditations, that has the whole of the Buddhist teaching in. Then within that, you have two types of learning, two types of teaching. One is methodology and one is wisdom. So it's often expressed as two wings of the bird. The whole of the Dharma can be expressed as either being the wisdom wing or the method wing. wisdom and method. So there are many ways of describing why this is so. I kind of like, I don't know, I think quite few people have met Geshe Tashi from Jamyang, London. And he talks about the method wing in relation to the emotional being, how we behave, about virtue and non-virtue and our reaction to it. And of course, this is very important. And all the teachings in relation to that, karma, death, like death in Buddhism, precious human rebirth, everything, all of that is really in relation to the method wing. It's informing how we behave. It informs our ethics, our codes of conduct. It produces virtue, reduces non-virtue. Then you have the wisdom wing, and there's really only one thing in there, and that's called emptiness. Now, within that, of course, you can break it down. You can look at dependent arising. That's within the wisdom wing. You can look at both gross and subtle impermanence. This is within the wisdom wing. And you can look at the selflessness. This is within wisdom. But really, it's all to do with wisdom, this wisdom wing. Now, this wisdom wing really is appealing to the logic aspect of our nature, logic. And Geshe Tashi often says it's not so much knowledge. We often mix these two things up because certain types of knowledge can block logic. And so the wisdom really appeals to the logic part of us. It's asking us to really look at how we exist, how everyone else exists, and how all phenomena exist. And it's asking you to look at that logically. And it's asking you almost to teach yourself to re-examine that which you never even question. This is the thing, that which you never even question, never. So the wisdom wing, all the topics within wisdom, they're not discrete topics. They're not like, I'll now learn this. It doesn't work like that within the Dharma. Because in a way to emphasize that is to look at another way to look at all the Buddhist teachings, which is the three principal aspects of the path. So all the Buddhist teachings could be put into renunciation, bodhicitta, and correct view. It's another way of dividing the teachings up. Another way of dividing the teachings up is to put everything within ethics, everything within concentration, and everything within correct view. So there's a pattern emerging here. And the pattern is this. Correct view, emptiness, selflessness, same thing. Okay, same thing. But this idea of renunciation, renouncing what? Nonsense. Renouncing how we spend most of our life, really. Wasting time, really wasting time. It's a definite emergence from a quagmire of things that keep us in bondage. So it's not about self-flagellation, it's just about wakening up a bit. So what you're looking at here is building an ethical framework within your existence. And what you try and think of is, why? Why am I promoting virtue and reducing non-virtue? And from people from outside the Dharma, it's kind of like, well, you know, it's nice being a Buddhist. They're nice people. Really, Buddhists don't frighten anybody, do they? I mean, really. When was the last time you heard someone say, listen, we have to be careful of those Buddhists? No. People are not terribly, usually, worried about Buddhists. Why? Because there's this strong ethical thing. Strong ethics, very, very important. Now, why there's strong ethics? Yes, it's good to be nice. But really, it's about calming the mind. Ethics calm the mind. Virtue calms the mind. Non-virtue agitates the mind. Okay? So all of the ethics is to do with calming the mind down. Calming the mind from what? negative emotions, afflictions, delusions, calming the mind. What does that is not knowledge, it's how we behave within an ethical framework, and that calms the mind. Now, why do we want to calm mind? We want to calm mind because without that, you cannot concentrate. It's not possible. You can learn all the techniques going. You can be sitting on top of a mountain. You can be doing lots of stuff. But if you don't have a calm mind, you will not be able to develop concentration. And without developing concentration, there is no way that you will fully experience, even understand and fully experience the nature of reality. Can't do it. So ethics calms the mind. Why? In order to learn to concentrate. I mean, also, it's nice. It's good to have ethics, but it calms the mind. Then you can concentrate. And when I say concentrate, I'm talking about developing a mental development that allows you to develop a high level of concentration so that when you decide to focus on a topic or an object, you can hold that with your mind for hours on end. Now, why on earth would you want to do that? Why? Because only by being able to hold an object clearly in your mind will you be able to penetrate to the nature of that object, to actually see it directly. Only by that. Now, once you've developed a high level of concentration, then it makes sense to put that object to be emptiness, the whole of the wisdom wing. So you put something, you could put a flower, a cup of tea in front of that, and you'll definitely be able to penetrate that. Well, okay, not going to do very much for you. But if you put emptiness, the wisdom in front of that, then you've got a good chance of penetrating it. And that's what we need to do. And although that's presented in a logical sequence, how we actually enact all this is we do everything together. We're developing ethics while developing our concentration, and we're looking at emptiness. So we're doing all of that together. Why? Because each informs the other. And so when your ethics are quite strong, and when your mind is quite calm, you get insights and flashes and times when you can really concentrate very well. Very well. You don't always keep it, but you can concentrate quite well. And there's times when you can concentrate quite well that when you next look at emptiness, it becomes clearer. And then a wonderful thing happens. When you start to get the idea of the nature of reality, then it informs your ethics. Suddenly, ethics are not a difficulty. Why would you do anything else? So it immediately kicks back to ethics. Your ethics become easier. And if your ethics become easier, concentration's much easier. So ethics, concentration, wisdom, working together. Working together. Okay. So why? Why? Why would we do that? Well, we do that because the Dharma, the Buddha, was very clear that what we're in is a very suffering situation. We're in a suffering situation. And the Buddha taught how to come out of suffering, the Four Noble Truths. He said, fully understand suffering. And this is something we do not do. We don't really understand. We can understand pain, but suffering, understand there's an origin to suffering and abandon it. Understand that all this suffering can cease. Achieve that. And understand there's a path to achieving that cessation. Cultivate it. Now this path, really, although it's a Noble Eightfold path that seems to have everything in it, all of it is informed by the wisdom of emptiness. That is your path. Why? What's going on here with method? Maybe method is not important. Method is absolutely vital. Vital. All the methodologies within the Dharma is vital. Why? Because methodologies, whatever methodologies you imply, whether you're studying karma, whether you're studying death, this weakens afflictive emotions, and that's important. It weakens, it undermines it, right? And we need to do that. But it is the wisdom of emptiness that cuts the root. So the sequence of events, although it doesn't happen like this, but it's easier to present it, is you start off with ignorance of the nature of reality, ignorance of karma, ignorance. So we start with that. So it's not a good place to start, but there we are. And we're born with this ignorance, this particular ignorance. You know, you're not just being stupid here. What it is, it's a misknowing of reality. That's the definition of this type of ignorance. It's not knowing something. It's misknowing something. And that's harder. If you've ever tried to teach someone who already thinks they know what's going on, it's a big battle, isn't it? If someone doesn't know, much easier. So not knowing is very easy. But misknowing, that's tricky. Because you've got to then challenge that which is never challenged before. Because you know it already. Difficult. So from this ignorance, we're on a hiding to nothing. This is what we say in Scotland. We're on a hiding to nothing. From this ignorance, what happens is, because I don't understand reality, the nature of myself, then I have a strong feeling of I, me. You know, there's something within me. There's a kind of permanent, solid me, Mary, hiding here somewhere. And as soon as I grasp onto this I, then it becomes me and mine. I want this. So we then, from this ignorance comes attachment. Because of me and I. And I want that. But I don't want that. So aversion comes. Aversion. And from this, we create our friends and our enemies. Because our friends know how wonderful we are. They know that. And our enemies don't really understand us, do they? No. We create friends and we create enemies. Why? Because of this strong feeling of I and me and mine. This solid me. Yes. Now, because of this ignorance and this attachment and aversion, then this, without choice, gives rise to a lot of delusions. Greed, anger, pride, jealousy, all these emotions on whatever level, this gives rise to it. How could it give rise to anything else? There's no choice here. And from these delusions, it creates activities of our body, speech, and mind, which, however hard we try, will always be tinged with negativities. Can't help it. Now, it's true, sometimes we'll be nicer and sometimes we'll be kind. We love and we're compassionate, but it's always tinged. And it has to be, logically, where did it come from? It came from these delusions. So we have these activities of body, speech, and mind, and we're nice people. Sometimes we're nice, sometimes we're not nice. But even when we're nice, it's tinged, heavily tinged. How could it be otherwise? And when we have these activities of body, speech, and mind, it would be all right if all we had was the activity, and then you have the result and that's it. But that's not how it works. You have the result there and then, but there's a copy. There's a kind of karma then placed on the mind stream. Then it sits there. And the next time you're in a similar situation, similar causes and conditions are happening, that karma ripens. Suffering happens again. And again. And again. And so wisdom of emptiness is like a map. It's a map. It's a map that takes you from samsara to enlightenment. It's a map that takes you from bondage to freedom. So we have to ask ourselves why we're not free, why we're not free already. And here's the problem. We don't recognize suffering of ourselves, and we don't recognize suffering of others. We have a very, very vague idea of suffering, usually related to pain, mental and physical pain. That's it. Oh no, there's a lot more than that. But here's your problem. Don't recognize it. 2, we mislabel suffering and call it happiness. We seem to be happy with so little. Often, what we label as happiness is often just the absence of pain or the absence of a bad situation. Often. When we did a retreat recently, I asked people to recollect the last happy situation. 90% of it was when something was not happening that made them unhappy. Interesting. Really, you want to settle for that? Don't think so. Another reason we're still in bondage is because we see our deluded mind as being pure and permanent. How many times? Well, I just had a gut feeling that was the way. Good. Yes, but that's just who I am. I'm just a loving person, or I'm just an angry person. We see our delusions as if they were permanent, as if they were me, and many times as if they were pure. Yeah, not really. And most of all, we see, one of the reasons we're still in bondage, we see that which is selfless as having a self. That which is impermanent as being permanent. That's what keeps us. That's what keeps us in samsara. So ethics gives space for wisdom to develop. Being ethical gives space for concentration. Being ethical gives you space for concentration, which gives you space for wisdom to develop. So if this is a journey, then the companion of choice on this journey is impermanence. Impermanence. If you grasp this, really, really get it, on the subtlest of levels, not just what we normally think of as impermanence, but on the subtlest of levels, it gives you a magnifying glass into impermanence, into emptiness. It's very hard if you've got a strong feeling and understanding of impermanence. It's very hard not to see emptiness in some way. Questions while I have a sip of my coffee? Seems reasonable. Good summary. Have I missed anything out? No. Okay.
So you said yesterday, you said that when you have developed good concentration and you put an object in front of it, and you said you'd rather recommend a virtuous object than a non-virtuous object. And I went, aha.
This is almost goes without saying. You can put any object in front, of course, but why would you? You see,
through the nature of a non-virtuous object, to see its nature, so that it too is empty.
I wouldn't bother. Better to look at virtue. You see, no, think. Because you've been working, in order to get that concentration, you've already worked on your ethics. You've already reduced your non-virtue. You can see why you don't need this. You've increased your virtue. You don't have to go back there. It's not necessary. You can.
But when it arises, that's what happens in our life.
Yes. But when you have high levels of concentration, you don't have to go through all the rationale and logic about why this is not a good thing. You've done that work. So what do? If you've got high levels of concentration, here's what you do. Let it go. It has no power. It has power in the beginning because of habit. But by the time you've developed some concentration, it has no power. Really. It's only entertainment. That's entertainment. If you want to be entertained, fair enough, but not necessary. This is what you do. Non-virtuous thought comes up. If you've got good levels of concentration, just let it go. It has no power. Let it go. Just really focus on the virtue. Much better. In the beginning, maybe you have to look at these things and employ this and that's reasonable. But develop your concentration, you won't have to do all that work. You'll let it go. Why? Because you've already dealt with it before. We have a habit of revisiting pain, revisiting suffering, remembering past and old conversations. Oh, for goodness sake, let it go. Yeah. If you have levels of concentration, then you can do that. You can do that. Fine.
Just to be sure that I understand what you mean, could you give us some examples?
Say again, dear.
Just to understand, to be sure that I understand what you mean, could you give some examples of virtue versus non-virtue things to have as an object in front of you?
To have as an object.
Just examples of them.
What is a virtuous object?
Well, what would be a virtuous object? Okay, well, I think a virtuous object is more than a non-virtuous object. It's more than the opposite of virtue, of non-virtue. A virtuous object to me would have to have within it the ingredients to lead me to enlightenment. Anything less than that, as far as, from my point of view, it's okay, not really virtuous. It's kind of neutral. There's a lot of neutral stuff around, isn't there? A lot of neutral stuff. A lot of non-virtue. So for me, a virtuous object would have to contain elements that would lead me to enlightenment. And for me, they're my objects of refuge. The Buddha, the Dharma, all the teachings of the Buddha, and the Sangha, those who practice. To me, that's a virtuous object. Now, people may argue with that. They can, please do. It's no problem. But to me, virtue is something special. And it's more than the opposite of non-virtue. It's more than that. It has to have these qualities. So the Buddha, or representations of the Buddha, any of the teachings on the Dharma, and those who practice and have achieved the wisdom of emptiness, that's a virtuous object to me. And anything that represents that. We have to go beyond the mundane, everyday life stuff. What we think of now as virtue, it's okay. It's good. It's better than non-virtue. But the more you learn, the more you understand, the more you develop, then virtue becomes quite precious. It becomes very precious and special. Bet you're sorry you asked, eh? Okay. Anything else? I would just say this, that one thing we did last time was to practice breathing to calm the mind, the 3-round breath, the 2-breath and 9-round breathing. For those of you who weren't here last night, if you're interested, then when we finished class, if you want to stay behind for 15, 20 minutes, I'll go through it with you personally. Just to, if you want. Okay. So now, what we're going to look at, because it is one of the major tools in dissecting, in penetrating the wisdom of emptiness, is getting to grips with impermanence. So now we're going to do that. So please relax the body. And if you remember from yesterday, a good way to do it, keeping the tummy soft, relaxed, breathing in through both nostrils, allowing the belly to expand. And then give a long out breath through pursed lips like this. And in that long out breath, letting your whole body simply relax. Do that twice and then just breathe normally. Now, for the most part in this meditation, you're using analytical meditation. So you're going to bring in your intelligence, your creativity, your experience, bring that all to bear within this meditation. So if you can, try to imagine a global view of this physical world. A global view and everything within it. Be aware of the constant movement, the constant change that's going on. The feeling that nothing is static. And as you mentally gaze at this physical world, some changes are very obvious. People getting older. Buildings beginning to crumble. Seasons changing. It's not so obvious that all of this is going on, also at a cellular and molecular level. But that's what's happening. Constant change. Identify in your mind a building that you're familiar with. Perhaps your own home. And fast forward this vision. And see the building crumble, fall down, become dust. So far, so good. Now, identify an individual. And in the same way, fast forward through old age, sickness, death. Now consider that what we see and what we perceive in everyday life is a mere snapshot in time. It's not reality. It's a snapshot in time. That without choice, we grasp onto and make concrete, immovable, permanent. And with this snapshot in time, we totally ignore, never consider the ever-flowing nature. Never. We'll make that snapshot and we'll make it concrete, and that is our reality. That reality has never existed, does not exist, will never exist in this way. Our intelligence tells us that this is not how things actually exist. That they're minute particles whizzing about, coming into being, changing, going out of existence constantly. Intellectually, we know this to be true. And these molecules always in motion, always fluctuating. Why do we choose to see it as concrete and static? Habit. Please identify an object in your life that perhaps you use every day, that you're very familiar with. Bring it to mind. Examine it closely. Now ask yourself this question, truthfully. How does this object appear to you? And your choices are this. Does it appear permanent to you? Or does it appear impermanent? We're not talking about knowledge now. We're talking about how it appears. Despite our intellectual knowledge of how things actually are, there seems to be something permanent about that object. If not the whole object, then perhaps something within that object seems to be, appear to be permanent. can we see that this concept of permanence is a complete hallucination, a fabrication? This idea of permanence is as if we've frozen that image. And grasped that frozen image, that snapshot in time. And not only have we frozen it in time and grasped at it, we believe 100% that it's true. This appearance. We don't even question it. It's not even a question in our mind. To us, that is just how it is. And now we cherish it. And we superimpose all our longings, all our joy, all our worry, all our fear, superimposed upon a frozen image, which is a complete fabrication of its reality. Now unfreeze that image. Slightly fast forward, seeing its true, changing, ever-flowing nature. Look at it as it is. And if you can feel that flow in its nature, it's ever changing. What is there to grasp at? How can you grasp at something that is constantly flowing? There is great value in seeing the transient nature of phenomena. Great value. Becoming familiar with this transient nature and expecting the transient nature. And now we refocus and become aware now, acutely aware of the different parts of your own body. Its shape, its color, its texture, its temperature. Become acutely aware of this. Become aware of its changing nature. The breath, the flow of the blood. How the systems of your body constantly change. The organs of your body constantly changing. The cells, the molecules, constantly moving about, constantly fluctuating, constantly in motion. And expand your awareness now. And include everyone and everything in this room. In exactly the same way. Nothing solid, nothing static, everything in motion. The chair you're sitting on, the floor you're resting on, everything. Now consider this. All that I experience with my senses, all that I experience with my senses exists in this way. And when that thought is quite strong within you, stop the mental chatter and just focus on that thought. All that I experience with my senses exists in this way. My mind also exists like this, in constant flux, constant change. Thoughts, ideas, emotions, past conversations, old judgments, constantly moving, constantly changing. intellectually understanding this is not usually a problem. But truly grasping it and behaving within this logic, that's difficult. I cling and I grasp without choice. Myself and all phenomena as permanent. That's how I see it. Despite what I know. And I say to myself, that's just the way things are. That's just the way I am, as if it was solid and concrete and to be grasped. But maybe that's not true. Let's see. Fill in the gaps of this sentence that relates to you. See what ideas come to your mind. I am. What thoughts come now? I am. You are what? I always. What? I never. I like. What? I dislike. I believe. In your answers, is there a sense of flow? A sense of change? Or is there a sense of permanence, of solidity, static? What's your answer? And here's what we're going to consider for the next few minutes. The hallucination of permanence brings only suffering and suffocation. The reality of impermanence can bring freedom and choice. Just reflect on that. can I see that this hallucination of permanence brings suffering? Is it possible that the reality of impermanence can bring freedom and choice? Thank you. Good. This is the platform to launch Emptiness. This is the platform. So please, you have 10 minutes in groups of no more than 3. I'd like you to discuss how that went for you. What was easy, what was difficult? Any ideas that came to you? Okay, I will start now. You have 10 minutes. So, lots of discussion. I look forward to the feedback. Okay. So, what type of things were coming up in your discussion?
Once again, that it seems very easy that you can apprehend intellectually, but confront it when you have fixed ideas, fast ideas. Even if
You understand?
we can perfectly understand everything in movement and intellectual.
Yes. And how many times have we been in a position where we've taught someone something? Once, twice, many times. And how often have we said to people, I have explained it to you. You know that's the case. Why are you behaving this way? We've done it. We've said it to ourselves and we've said it to other people. This discord, this disconnect is not logical. Now, when it's ordinary things in this life, the ramifications, the results are, well, not very pleasant. But when it comes to the nature of reality, this disconnect, this discordance has huge ramifications, not ordinary ramifications. The result is continuous suffering. That's the result. What else is coming up? Don't make me point the finger. I have a, you don't want to do that. You don't want that. You don't want the finger.
We were talking about things that you do, like not meditating, but things that you do, like I take care of plants, and Lisa do stone carving, things that where you sort of get a sense of things not being permanent.
Yes.
And you cannot settle on a fixed
Yes.
result. And then maybe that is also a way of getting used to the idea of impermanence.
Yes, certainly in the creation process, that can be true. But once it's created, how do you see it?
Yeah.
Once it's created, when things are in motion and physically in motion and physically changing, you can clearly see. The idea is not so difficult. But once you've produced what it is you're going to produce, how does it appear? Yeah,
Can I say something?
of course.
Okay. Because another discussion we had is that I'm trained as a landscape architect. And also working with urban spaces, and there's a lot of factors you cannot control. And you have to sort of make a space, sort of like a space open for the things you cannot control, and that your end result is actually going to end because people or nature or whatever would influence on it. And that's been a part of my training. I'm not sure it's part of everybody's training.
Well, I think that it's something we should consider. Because one of the biggest hallucinations that we have is we're in control. We think we can control the environment. And even if we don't think we can control all the environment, we kind of think we can control this part of it. And although we don't think we control everybody, then maybe we have some control over our family. Maybe not control over the whole of the family. Maybe I've got control over this person. Well, maybe not that person, but maybe the younger person. The truth is, the only thing we can control is ourselves, really. The only thing we control is our response to situation. The biggest hallucination, one of the biggest hallucinations we have is we think we can control situations. Now, it's true that we can do a lot of things and put a lot of things in place that can kind of, maneuver things, and all things being equal and giving a fair wind, this will happen. Yes? But we don't think like that. We think we can control it. No, can't do that. The only thing we've got a chance of controlling, and I say a chance, is ourselves. The only thing we've got a chance of controlling within any given situation is not the situation. It's our response to that situation. And again, a chance. if you could see things clearly. That doesn't mean to say you shouldn't do things in the environment, that you shouldn't help. Of course, you must do all of this, but you cannot hang on to a result. You cannot do that. Why? You've no control over that result. You can put as much in place as you like, and sometimes it will work, and sometimes it will not work. But when it works, we think we've controlled that. No, not true. Cool, eh?
But that has to do a lot with our ego. Like that
Yes. Yeah. But yeah, it's true, but it's how we view things. This is really what I want to get down to. There's lots of nuances here, but really it's how we view things. This is why we like concreteness and solidity. Because if we think something is solid and unchanging, I can lift it up, I can do this with it, I can do that with it, I can do that. This is what we think.
Yes, but I mean, the ego in this way, in the way you start understanding it and being more flexible, not being so fixed with something solid
Yes.
about you.
Yes.
You can start seeing things at causes and conditions. There's so plenty of factors
Yes.
that happen. So
Yes.
that
Yes.
Hmm?
Yes.
so,
And if that's what we train ourselves to see, because that's the reality.
mm,
That's the reality. What else was coming out of your discussion? I know there was a lot of discussion. I heard it.
Well, I'm a visual artist, and I could really relate to what you were saying. And my work is like that. It doesn't end up being an object. It's more it's an installation, and it's there when it's there, and then it's gone.
Okay,
So it's the more the seed in it that is important.
I understand.
And so this was sort of, well, for me it's, and then my thoughts were also thinking about this statue, because statue, and it's the wisdom in it that is important, not the physical.
Okay, okay.
And then you get this kind of wisdom through, I mean, there are people that learned to do this maybe some hundreds of years ago, and they are still doing it, and it's,
Yes.
and maybe, and I had this sort of thought of what is so wisdom, you know, and permanence, and even wisdom is impermanent. That changes
Yep.
also, and also for me it is important to. Well, I've meditated a lot with the cosmos, or the sort of outer space and things like that, and then I feel the smallness of things.
Yes.
And also the bigness. But I don't know.
It's
This is a word.
no, this is good.
Yeah.
This is good. And if you've got time to think about it and space to conceptualize thoughts, ideas, and emotions, then this will come up. Really. And I suppose, and if you have a more creative job, I think it comes up easier. But we have to think what impermanence really is. Now, the definition we tend to use within the Mahayana is the dharma karte. His definition of impermanence is that which is momentary. That which is momentary. And when we look at impermanence, the deep and real understanding of impermanence is that which is momentary. Momentary in time and momentary in physical condition. So momentary in time, what we're looking at here, a deep understanding of impermanence, real impermanence, is saying that that which exists in the moment of its existence, in the moment of its formation, has no other life. It doesn't exist beyond that. There is no moment where something that exists abides and then disappears. That's not impermanence. So momentary in time means that for the smallest fraction of a moment that you can possibly conceive, there is no time when that is not changing and that is not disintegrating. Momentary in physical condition. This is important. What does this really mean? If we think of any object, and even a human being, any object, there appears to be a moment or many moments or a time when it's static, solid, unchanging. This is what we think. Now we understand impermanence, so something can come along and affect a building, like the Twin Towers in America. The planes come, hit that, and the towers collapse. We understand that as impermanence. Our ordinary understanding of impermanence is something happens from outside to an object, any phenomena, that causes it to change and to disintegrate. That's ordinary view. Although it's true to a certain extent, real impermanence, by its very nature, that object was impermanent. By its very nature. It did not need something from the outside to come in and alter it. So impermanence in dharma is within a conceivable moment of time, any conceivable moment of time, there is change and there's disintegration. Anything that within a conceivable moment of time, however small that fraction from its inception, there is no moment that's static. There's no moment that abides. It just, and why? By its nature. This is the real meaning of impermanence. Any object, any phenomena that has a function, any object that has a function, that doesn't have a moment, a fraction, the smallest fraction, where it abides without changing and disintegrating, is impermanent. Yet, we think we understand impermanence, and we say intellectually, I understand impermanence intellectually, but it's always a shock when someone dies. It's always a shock when your iPad breaks. Always a shock. I mean, those poor people with the Galaxy 7, what was that all about? Going up in flames. But you see, what we see is we see that there was a moment when it was there, real, unchanging, abiding, and then something happened and it disintegrated. What we have to see is that by its very nature, it is changing, does not require outside help. Doesn't require it. That's impermanence. That's the level we have to understand. And more than that, not from one moment to the next is there a space for static permanence. Does not happen, has never happened, will never happen with a functioning object. More than that, from the beginning of that moment, from the very inception of that moment, there is no change. There is no time when it abides in any way static. Nothing. That's wisdom. That's reality. By its nature. Yes. So you see how we've got to up our game when it comes to impermanence. We have to up our game in understanding impermanence. That which is momentary by its own nature. Just think of that for a moment.
That is momentary.
That which is momentary. Just, that's a good definition. Chandrakirti's definition. That which is momentary. Momentary in time and momentary in physical condition. Does not require outside effort to cause it to be impermanent. Now, if we really grasp that, there is nothing to grasp at. And if there's nothing to grasp at, there's nothing to hallucinate. There's nothing to build up our concepts and ideas of like, dislike, hate, anger, pride, jealousy, fear. Nothing. What we do is we take a situation, I am this, I like this, I never do that, and we just go, we pour concrete all over it, like this. And now I can see it, and it's real, and I cherish it. That's what we do. But this is not reality. It's not true. Not true. We have to wake up to that. So this is what's meant by misknowing reality. I love it, me. It's great fun. I wish I could tell you that the first time I heard this, I got it straight away. I have to tell you that's not the case. The first time I heard these teachings, I totally, and I was being taught by Lama Zopa Rinpoche, you know, I totally misunderstood the whole thing. Totally misunderstood it. And I got extremely confused. And I'm sitting there and people are going, oh yeah, impermanence, and they're making these notes, and I'm going, what are they thinking? Why are they, what? I mean, what? So, and confusion gave rise to irritation. How dare these people say that I can't see things as they are? Of course I can see things as they are. What are they talking about? Irritation gave way to anger. And I heard, when we went stop for break, I'm fizzing. I'm absolutely fizzing with these people that are telling me that I don't see reality as it is. Who did they think they were? And it was a chap from Jamyang, London. He just said to me, calm down, Mary. It's okay. I'm going, it's not okay. How dare these people? And what he said to me was this, Mary, it's okay to be confused, but leave it at that. Leave it at that. Don't get irritated or angry. I was fizzing with anger. Really, I was dreadful. And I said, but what do you mean stay with confusion? You see, at that age, at that time, I had a good job, partner. I was settled. Do you know what I mean? I believed what I believed. I knew there was more to learn, but confusion was the enemy. Do you understand? Confusion was the enemy. If I didn't understand something, I learned it and then I wasn't confused anymore. Whereas this, I had to sit with for a while. And it was very hard for me to learn to live with a bit of confusion. And more importantly, to see that confusion as quite positive. Because before the confusion was solid misknowing of how things were. Really solid. There wasn't a chink in this. Not a chink. With the teaching, cracks started to appear in what I thought was real. And the confusion erupted. And what I had to learn to do, I don't know about yourselves, was to be quite happy with that. Because I understood eventually, can I say eventually, that being in confusion about how things were was far better than being absolutely sure about how things exist, which was completely wrong. So if you're feeling at this stage a bit confused on how you would use this type of knowledge, then be happy with that. That's okay. Don't be like me. Don't let it grow to irritation or to anger. But maybe that was just me. What is this person going on about? I sat there, 300 people in a tent, and I knew I was the only one that didn't get it. Have you ever been in that situation? Everybody else got it. I could see that. It was clear. They're making notes. And I'm sitting there going, what? What are these people talking about? So my first thing I had to learn was to be happy with confusion. Anything else come out of your discussion? I know it did. I know lots of things, but you're happy with what it is, yeah? Okay, okay. So Just use a 2-breath method just to calm the mind. And let's put a seal on this idea of impermanence, this idea of upping our game into our understanding of impermanence. So, using the 2-breath methods to calm the body and relax the mind. And consider that all conditioned phenomena, and by that I mean all things that come into being through conditions, causes and conditions, all phenomena, functioning phenomena, are constantly affected by change from within, without the need of an external force. So all conditioned phenomena have no conceivable moment, not a fraction of a moment, where it is not in constant change and disintegration. This is the real meaning of impermanence. With this understanding, we can see that objects, all conditioned phenomena, is impermanent by its own nature. By its own nature. It ceases to exist in an instant, beyond control. There is not a fraction of a moment where it's static. What is there to grasp at? If there's nothing to grasp at, there is no attachment, and there is no aversion. If there is no attachment and no aversion, there is no disturbing emotions. no afflictions. So it cannot give rise to negative actions of body, speech, or mind. There is a freedom here. The ability to live in a very relaxed way. Free within this natural flow of reality. Imagine what it would be like to see things in this way, to experience living in reality, the flow of change, the joy and freedom it can bring. And when that feeling is strong, just sit with it, focus on that. Thank you. Please enjoy your lunch, and I'll see you at 1:30.
Small.
There will be a tea break. I thought I'd announce that straight away, round about 3 o'clock. So please don't worry.
If you prefer this one, maybe with the table. I'm not using it.
It's okay. Yeah. So using the 2-breath method or another method that you're familiar with to calm the body and mind. Just relax. So letting go of everything that went on at lunchtime and drawing the mind inward. Simply observing how the body, how the total body is responding to each in-breath and out-breath. Each in-breath and out-breath. And resetting the mind by bringing to mind the main points of this morning. Particularly the ordinary idea of permanence and impermanence. And the real meaning of impermanence. So bring those to mind. And making clear in your mind the real meaning of impermanence. That all conditioned phenomena by its own nature is impermanent, is changing. Never a moment when there is no change. The idea of momentary, that which is momentary. Momentary in time, momentary in physicality, never the smallest fraction of time does conditioned phenomena remain, abide, is static. Thank you. So did anything come up at lunchtime that you need to say or ask or comment? Because I'm sure you were all just talking about impermanence the whole lunchtime. Okay. So wisdom, the perfection of wisdom. Oh, I'm so sorry.
That's okay. Yeah, so it's difficult to say something which isn't, which actually permanent. In the way we have the definition now, so everything from what is impermanent, so almost everything is impermanent.
Well, that's always a good idea.
So again, could you give some good examples?
Some good examples.
Of what is permanent?
Okay. So if anyone ever asks you, is this permanent or impermanent? If you don't know, I'd opt for impermanent. The chances of you being correct is quite high. But if you think of it this way, all conditioned phenomena, and by that I mean all phenomena that comes together through causes and conditions, right? Do you know what I mean by causes? I mean things that arise depending on other things, conditioned phenomena. All these are functioning phenomena. They function. Any phenomena that functions is impermanent by nature. Impermanent by nature. Any phenomena that, and another way of saying that, as we said this morning, is phenomena that does not abide in the smallest instant of time duration beyond its formation is impermanent. You can say that.
Could you say that one more time?
Of course. As we talked about this morning, about that which is impermanent is that which is momentary. Momentary in time and momentary in physicality. And momentary in time, you're looking at from the moment of formation. There isn't the smallest fraction that you can think of existence where that isn't changing and aiming towards its destruction. There isn't a moment. Not only is there that with impermanence, there's no abiding moment between one moment and the next. There's not a moment where there is a static. It's always in flux. From the beginning, the very instant of the moment of formation contains its change and its destruction. It's the way it is. That's another way of so then you can say, well, okay, if that's impermanence, using that same logic, what would be impermanent? What would be permanent? So what would be permanent would be a phenomena that between one moment and the next has a duration of time where it abides, where it stays, where it is static.
Yes.
So you could say, if you have a phenomena like that, then that would be a permanent phenomena, right? Makes sense. Another way of looking at permanent phenomena and impermanent phenomena is saying that all phenomena that arises through causes and conditioned, dependent on other causes, right? That is functioning, has a function, so most phenomena, is impermanent by its nature. So if you use that logic, you have to say, then phenomena, let me see now, because I don't want to get confused with this one. There's so many different ways of putting it. Oh, too much to eat, haven't you? So phenomena that has no function, that is not functional phenomena, can be said to be permanent. Right? You can say it like it has to be, because it's the opposite of what we said was actually functioning phenomena. So another way, so then you can say, are there such things as permanent phenomena? And the answer is yes, of course, yes. But you have to be careful. So what you're looking at here is phenomena that is permanent cannot be perceived by the five senses. It's one of its characteristics. It cannot be perceived by the five senses. It is ascertained by its absence. I know. It's ascertained by its absence. So it's recognized by its absence. So for instance, there is a certain type of space which is impermanent. There is quantum in there somewhere. So there's a certain type of space that is impermanent, but unproduced space is so quantum type space where quantum events happen is impermanent. But there's a type of space called unproduced space, which cannot be perceived by the five senses, which is a permanent phenomena. It is ascertained, it is noted by its absence. You see through it. Now, if that's the case, if permanent phenomena is perceived in this manner, then what is permanent? What is a permanent phenomenon? Well, a permanent phenomena can be things like emptiness. Emptiness itself is a permanent phenomena. Emptiness cannot be perceived by the five senses. It is inferred by its absence. Okay. Generic images. Generic images. Generic images. It's how we, okay. So how we perceive objects, either conceptually or with direct perception. Usually with concepts. It's how we deal with life, concepts. When you perceive an object, you do not see the object clearly. You see it via a generic image. So you don't see the actual table. You see a kind of tableness. It's a generic object. It's how a generic object is a way of perceiving. No, perceiving is not good. A way of viewing life as we do in everyday situations, which is responsive. It's responding to what's going on. It's reflective. It's unclear. It's hazy. And most of all, it's veiled through a genetic image. We do not see clearly. You only see objects clearly through direct perception. This is where your high levels of concentration come in. So generic images, like for instance, if I say to you, how wonderful it would be if we were all sitting on a beach in the Bahamas. Something comes to mind. You don't have to close your mind, but something comes to mind, which is kind of generic of a beach in the Bahamas. Yes? It doesn't exist, does it? No, but it's there. Now, we also see things whenever conceptual mind is in process, which it is, because we need concepts. Language is concepts. We need this. But whenever we see concepts, whenever we use concept, which is all the time, then we tend to be interacting with people and objects through a genetic image. We don't actually see what's truly there. We see a conceptual genetic image of what's there. And when I say see, I'm not just talking about eyes. I'm talking about how you're conceiving this object. And therefore, genetic images themselves are a permanent phenomena. Any mathematicians here? There is a type of numbers. Is it called Tenger? Tenger, the mathematician tried to explain to me, but I fell asleep within 2 minutes. So there's this kind of concept of a type of number. And in and of itself is actually a permanent phenomenon, but it rises out of emptiness. That it's actually, it's not something that you can perceive with the five senses. But the thing to remember is, are there permanent phenomena? Yes. But if you're perceiving, whatever you're perceiving, if you're perceiving with the five senses, just plump for the fact that it's impermanent, because you'll be right. But permanent phenomena is not seen through the five senses. It tends to be noted by its absence. You tend to see through it. You infer it's there. And one of the best ways to look at that is, say, emptiness and genetic images. They're two quite good ones to look at. So if anyone asks you if it's permanent or impermanent, yeah, oh, I think that's kind of impermanent. Chances are you'd be right. But if it's functioning, conditioned phenomena, perceived by the five senses, it's impermanent. Is that okay?
Yeah, only I didn't understand how can genetic images be permanent?
How can they not?
They generate something
Doesn't matter.
by the way how we perceive things.
Mm-hmm.
But they are permanent.
They're a permanent phenomenon. There are moments when it abides and cannot be perceived by the five senses. All of these things we're talking about now, we're spending minutes on them. All of this takes an awful lot of discussion. It takes a lot of thought, a lot of study. And also what helps you with this study is there's a language code that goes with this. A language code that goes with it. Certain things mean certain things, not what we would use in ordinary language. So to really delve deeply into it, then you need to work with the language code. But what we're looking at here is an easy way into this, so we can formulate the right questions, which is far more interesting than having the right answers. Okay. If you get what we're doing this weekend, I think it's not so difficult to then go into it in depth. But everything we're talking about here takes a lot of study, listening to teachings. But if you can see the pattern of this, then it can settle your mind quite nicely. It can settle. If you see the pattern, because we're a pattern-seeking species. And when there's no pattern that you can recognize, confusion can really make you very unhappy. But if you can see a pattern arising, and even if you're not too sure what that pattern is, the fact it's very good. Anything else come up with the weekend?
Isn't part of the problem with impermanence and emptiness, for example, concept? You know, we have an idea, that idea is just not changing. And so we grasp onto that idea. We might have emotional relations, but the very fact that this concept, moment of mind that created that concept, that is in a way fixed, and that's how we perceived,
yes.
How we perceive it, but it also remains so, and that's the seemingly impermanent nature of it.
If it remains so, then you wouldn't say that was impermanent, but it doesn't remain so. What happens is it comes up again and again so fast that you think it's static.
So in its nature, it is permanent because
What is?
a concept, a word, an image, an
No, they're not permanent.
They're not permanent.
No.
Each moment of mind, like each snapshot, is
Yeah.
in itself a permanent phenomenon?
No.
No?
No. It relies on its, because it's a conditioned phenomena. So each moment of mind is a dependent arising. What gives rise to the moment of mind is the previous moment of mind. What gives rise to that previous moment of mind is the previous moment of mind. So because it's dependent on that, it cannot be a permanent phenomena. The flow of a continuum.
That's the permanent. No.
You could think of it like that.
So what's the permanent? Maybe I've misunderstood something about this.
So what is permanent?
About the nature of mind? In the moments of mind and the continuum of mind.
I think,
have I got something?
Well,
something
I think the continuum, it's worth looking at the continuum of mind being permanent, but I wouldn't hang on to it, but it's worth exploring that. Because emptiness, the mind of enlightenment, you want to think about that too. Yes, yes. Anything else come up? You're welcome. Okay. So the wisdom of emptiness, emptiness itself, within the Wisdom Sutras, you're looking at the sutras that contain, let's say, 100,000 lines, all about emptiness, right? And that was brief, and that was for the ripe mind, okay? Within the Prajnaparamita, there are 108 categories of emptiness. Now, before you start panicking, right? 108 characters. 108 categories. This can be reduced down to 16 categories. This in turn can be reduced down to 4 categories, and this in turn can be reduced to 2 categories, and we're much happier with 2A. So the fact that there are 108 categories doesn't mean to say there's more in that 108 than there is in the 2. It's just a different way of looking at it, okay? So we're not doing a short form of all this. We're looking at it in a certain way. So these 2 categories of emptiness, which has been reduced from the 108 categories, which derive from the 100,000 lines, okay, is the emptiness of self and the emptiness of all phenomena. You can say that, right? So you can say 2 categories of emptiness, and you'd be correct. Emptiness of self and emptiness of phenomena. Now, Lama Tsongkhapa said that these 2 are equally profound, equally profound. Different schools of Tibetan Buddhism have a slightly different, not sometimes slightly, have a different way of looking at emptiness and have different subtleties, different levels of subtleties in emptiness, certainly. But Lama Tsongkhapa said that the best approach when you're looking at emptiness, the best approach is to, although these 2 of self and all phenomena are equally profound, the best approach is to first of all look at the emptiness of self. Look at the logic in relation to the emptiness of self, and then use that logic on all other phenomena. So there's no need to first of all identify the emptiness of this, then the emptiness of this, then the emptiness of this. If we can get hold of the idea of the emptiness of self, you then turn that logic out to all other phenomena. And if that logic is correct, it fits very nicely. In fact, he said it was, people say it's like dominoes. Once you do that, that's all it needs, that. And the whole lot go like that. So we look at the emptiness of self. So now we have to look again at the world. And you look at the world of phenomena and you say, everything in this world, you can say, can be divided into subject and object. That's reasonable, isn't it? You could say that. Everything in the world, without exception, is either subject or object. The observer and that which is observed. So now you go a step further than that and you say mutually dependent. Mutually dependent. So, once more. All of the world, you can say, all phenomena, is either subject or object. The observer and the observed. Mutually dependent. One doesn't exist without the other. Nothing. There is a mutual dependency. This is crucial. Mutual dependency. Now, if that's true, what's the problem? Well, the problem is that when your mind perceives what's going on, perceives phenomena, the phenomena appear to be self-existent, appear to be inherently existent, appear to exist in and of itself, not dependent on anything else. So just close your eyes for a moment. Think about that. All knowable phenomena can be said to be subject and object. The observer and that which is observed. Mutually dependent. That's the key. Mutually dependent. Where's the problem? Here is the problem. All knowable objects that we've just discussed, when perceived by mind, don't appear that way. They don't appear to be mutually dependent at all on anything. They appear to exist in and of themselves. They appear to exist inherently. They appear to exist in a solid mass. They appear to exist from their own side. They appear to exist by their own nature. That's how I perceive it. And there's the disconnect. I perceive it that way, yet all knowable phenomena are mutually dependent. The subject and object, the observer and that which is observed. Mutually dependent, but we don't see that. All knowable objects, when perceived by my mind, appear to be solid, inherently existent, in and of itself, there in front of us by its own nature. Thank you. So in the same way, with permanence and impermanence, knowledge tells you impermanence, but how you perceive and how you act as if it's permanent. It's how we behave. Now we're taking this a step further and we're looking at the actual nature. So although with some thought and study, it's clear that all knowable phenomena really is either subject or object, observer and observed, and they're all mutually dependent. That's clear. But when my mind perceives them, exactly the opposite comes to my mind. These things appear to be inherently there, by its own nature, in and of itself, no problem. And that's the source of suffering, of all suffering, is that.
Why does that happen?
Well, it's a good question. So really, it goes back to what I was talking about last night, about ignorance, this misknowing of reality. And so when we think about ignorance, we think of two types of ignorance. You think of innate ignorance and learned ignorance. And learned ignorance is kind of culturally determined, you know, environmental knowledge, you know, how we live our life. There's some ignorance there, and that's learned as we grow up. But there's a type of ignorance, a particular type of ignorance, which is not to do with not knowing something, but misknowing. Where does it come from? It comes from previous lives. You see, we have no choice. We have choice, real choice, because we can see it with learned ignorance. You can change your culture. You can change your cultural reference. You can change your learns. But this misknowing of reality, this innate ignorance, comes from life to life. Now, it doesn't mean to say you're stuck with it permanently, no. But what you have got is a big problem. Because first of all, you don't know it's there. You think that's just the way things are. We think this. It's just. So first of all, you've got to know that that's wrong. Then, instead of just learning what's right, you have to deconstruct what you think you know. This innate ignorance needs to be deconstructed. This is why a lot of Buddha Dharma philosophy talks in the negative. It's not this, it's not that. And you keep thinking, well, you know, can you not just say what it is? You know, I remember sitting in teachings going, if they give me another negative about what things aren't, why is it called emptiness anyway? You know, could they not just say what it is? And a lot of it is explained in this kind of almost negative way, Why? Because we have to deconstruct what we know. We have to, first of all, see there's a possibility that that there is a problem. That's big. Then when you see the problem, you can't just add knowledge on top of that. It's never going to work. This has got to be deconstructed. Takes a lot of time and effort and logic. It has to be done with logic. It cannot be done just with knowledge. It has to be done, and it has to be done not just listening. It's got to be done with listening to good logic. It's got to be done with study. It's got to be done with reflection. It's got to be done with meditation, because it's got to go deep. And this is why you need concentration. You need to. What changes the mind is not analytical meditation. It's the ability to concentrate. And this needs change, and this needs broken down. And you break down the ignorance and you build it up with wisdom. You build it up with logic. That's really what we have to do. So if it feels tough, I'm not surprised. It's probably some of the toughest things that I've, even listening to it. What is logic? It's a kind of, it's a way of thinking which is valid, which is provable, which is repeatable. It's like epistemology. It's got a lot of epistemology. So it's how we know what we know. Okay, so a logical approach, a step-by-step examination of reality. And that logic within Buddhist terminology has got to be self-verified. You have to verify it yourself, because no one can teach you, then look in your head and go, yeah, I think you've got that. No. Who's going to do that? You have to verify it. Logic. And because how this misknowing, this ignorance, this is why it's so difficult to tackle, but it is the source. Remember, we talked about ignorance of self and phenomena, plus ignorance of causality gives rise to an idea of I, the self, okay? Because I don't see reality, this ignorance, which nobody told me, nobody woke me up at one day old and said, by the way, you're real. You're inherently existent. Nobody said that. I knew from the first moment I suckled, I was real. I was born with it. And when you're born with something, you never question. You breathe in, you breathe out. I exist the way I exist. Why are you? In fact, when people start to question it, that's when you start to get confused. That's when you start to get irritated. And that's when you can start getting angry, when you're saying, what on earth are you talking about? So this ignorance gives rise to the I, me, and mine. And this idea of self, solid, unchanging. Something in here is inherently me. I don't see this flow. I mean, okay, I can see my body changing and all the rest of it, and my mind not being what it was. But there's something here that I know absolutely is solid, inherently existent, and is me. And as long as I've got that, I grasp at it. And as long as I grasp at it, I have attachment to me and mine, and I have aversion to me and mine. Yes? It's all dependent on this grasping of this inherently existing I, which does not exist.
If we were able to change focus, because in a way it's true that we are something else than what we think we are. We are something permanent. It's not what we think we are, because there are plenty of obscuration. But if we just shift the focus to what we really are, that it's really permanent, isn't it? Our Buddha nature, isn't it? We are that.
I think you have to be in the Dharma. It's hard to make that type of statement without the context. It's hard to make that type of statement without the context, because it's dangerous. A lot of this understanding is often not a big, oh, I get it. Why didn't you say that in the first place? It's not like that. It's small steps.
Experientially.
Yes,
Sorry.
even experientially.
Okay.
And sometimes the step we take is not the truth, but it's closer to the truth than this was. So it's valuable. And sometimes you take a next step, and that also isn't the final truth, but it's better than here. And so it's useful. So context is everything. Yeah. So you have to be very careful. So this I and mine, here's the problem. Me. And you have a me and an I. Everybody has that, right?
But a healthy one, maybe that's important here at the beginning.
No. Oh, you can say that, but I don't think so. I know why you would say that, but I wouldn't say it, because it's the main problem. I think you have to hit this one dead on. I think you have to say, this I, this me and mine, this is what I feel. No one sat me down and told me, I have it, you have it, this is it. But because of this ignorance, I have attachment to what's me. I have an aversion for anything that doesn't validate who I think I am. I make friends and enemies based on this concept of me. And based on this attachment and aversion, I have all the delusions, the pride, the jealousy. All of this comes from this, nothing else. It's not hanging about here. Pride and jealousy and anger and all this, it's not hanging about there waiting for us to go, hello. Come. No. Here's where it starts. Based on this idea of I, all these delusions come up, all of them. There's no other source. There's not an external source. Somebody is not doing it to you. The world isn't suddenly like you're doing it to yourself based on this I. And because of these delusions, we act in body, speech, and mind in certain ways. We create negative karma. It goes on the mind stream. Those conditions come up again, that ripened karma, and it's just continuous looping in samsara. And we're going round and round and round because we don't know we're going round and round and round. Because we don't think we can come off and stop going round and round and round. We never even question it. And this is why the Buddha's idea of selflessness is so unique. It's turning the mirror right in and saying, you are not what you think you are. And if you get that, you can stop suffering. Because remember, what I said is why we're still suffering. Why are we still suffering? Why are we still in samsara? And there's quite a few things. Remember I said because we don't recognize suffering of ourselves and others. We don't recognize it. We mislabel suffering because you might as well. If you're going to live a life with a lot of suffering, and that happens, and all the different types of suffering, I can't go into that just now, but you might as well label some of it happiness, otherwise you'll go berserk. And that's what we do. We mislabel suffering as happiness. Totally. As if there's nothing better. And if you're going to live a life with a lot of delusions, you might as well think some of them are permanent and some of them are kind of pure. You might as well. Do you see what I'm saying to you? And because we do that, we're still suffering. But most of all, we see that which is selfless as having a self. All of it comes from that. All of it comes from that. And so all the method aspects of the Dharma weaken your delusions. All the method stuff starts here with your delusions. It weakens them, it undermines them, but it can't cut the root. The root has got to be earlier than that. It's got to be with how you see reality. And so wisdom of emptiness cuts that ignorance directly. Method doesn't do that. Ignorance does that. You need both. You need to weaken these delusions, otherwise you have no space. You have no time to see reality. So you need the method. But method on its own will not cut ignorance. Only the wisdom of emptiness does that. And that is challenging our fundamental nature, a fundamental idea of who we are. Yeah.
Maybe I have a question.
Oh, sorry. I have to be careful, people either side. So sorry, my head doesn't come.
I think it's just because I've been brought up Catholic. I have this concept of your soul. Is this what you're saying? Is that I mean, that is what we or I maybe perceive as being the permanent part of me, and that is a delusion? That's what you're saying?
Well, if you see the soul as a permanent, then that would be the delusion. Yes. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. But I've heard some people and how they've described the soul, I would be quite happy with it. It's okay. I would just transpose mind for that. Mm-hmm. How do things exist? Things exist mutually dependent. The observer and that which is observed, subject and object, that's how they exist. But when my mind perceives them, the opposite comes to my mind. I see things as permanent. I see them as inherently existent. I see them by their very nature being there, not dependent on anything else. And from that, all suffering, without exception, all suffering. So wisdom of emptiness, the nature of reality, that's what cuts ignorance. And right at the beginning is ignorance. It all stems from that. Ignorance of the nature of reality and ignorance of causality, leading to attachment and aversion, leading to disturbed states of mind, afflictive emotions, leading to actions of body, speech, and mind which are never positive. Sometimes okay, but not really positive, always tinged, leaving karmic seeds on the mind. And when the causes and conditions are right, they ripen in more suffering. This end is dealt with by method, but right at the very beginning is the ignorance, and what deals with that is the wisdom of emptiness. Lama Zopa Rinpoche says it's a bit like this. Because it's innate, we don't see it happening. It's not as if you're making a choice. Well, okay, today in this, I'm just not going to use this ignorance. I'm going to see things as they are. Not like that. Life to life, we've had a habit of seeing things this way. And the way Rinpoche explains it, it's like this. At the very first moment of perceiving, this is where studying of the mind is important. Epistemology becomes invaluable in the mind. the very first moment, your mind directly perceives the object, right? Remember what I'm saying now, directly perceives the object. Not just, oh, there you are, not like that. But right at the moment, direct, with nothing on it, just the object, clean, clear. And with the same, at the end of that moment, and quicker than that, we project 100% hallucination on top of that of permanence, of inherent existence, from past karma, past lives. We superimpose that upon what's actually there. And the next step is we believe 100% in that hallucination. This is how the mind works. So the very, very, I hate to say the moment, because it's less than that. Of each moment, there's, I can't remember, 360 odd parts. So they say. It's a bit physicky, you know. But what your first moment is direct, almost direct perception. You see the raw data of that table, just the raw data. And then within absolutely no time at all, 100% we hallucinate on top of that a tableness, this genetic thing of tableness, 100% tableness. And that projection, that hallucination comes with karma, past projections, past life understanding of tableness comes there. But it happens in an instant. And then we 100% believe that what we've seen. Someone explained it to me a wee bit like this. If you've been to a fair and have you had cotton candy? Cotton candy. Well, imagine that the stick, now it's not like this, right? But it could help maybe. Imagine the stick, right, is the raw data, right? And as you put it in the cotton candy machine, it gets covered in cotton candy, right? And you get handed this big, fluffy, pink confection, right? And someone says to you, that's not true. The reality of this is a tall wooden thing, a stick. So you look at this and you go, what? It's pink, it's fluffy, it's sweet, it's all this. And they say, no. The actual base of this, the truth of it, is this stick. You don't see the stick, do you? Is the stick there? Yes. Now, a bit like that. I like it, but some people say it's a bit complicated, but I don't see it like that. See, the stick is there, but in the same moment, we're adding projections, karma, hallucinations, until we have this big pink thing, and we 100% believe in that big pink thing. Whereas the reality is a stick, like that.
You want the pink stuff and not the stick.
yes, I know. To some people, it's not a very good analogy. I love the analogy because I kind of like cotton candy. So, but it's a bit like that. The first instant, raw data, you see what's there, but immediately, that's not even a good word. It's faster than that. Projection on top of that, hallucination, past karma, concepts, ideas. It all goes on that. And then you 100% believe what you've confabricated, what you've made up.
Can I have something?
Yeah.
How can you change your mind with your current mindset? Because it's very difficult when you guide us through, for me anyway, to focus on that.
Of course.
So it's hard for me to change my mind.
Yes.
With my current mind.
Yes, of course. And that's, well, it's like, as I was talking on Friday, first of all, we need to wake up a bit to the fact that we are working from a total misconception of how things are. And that's hard because we're not used to challenging these things. So first of all, you need to listen to some teachings. Then you need to evaluate it and think, is that reasonable? You need to study, you need to reflect. And once you've got the study and some reflection going on, you've had a few teachings, and you can only do this if you've got an instinct that this is worthwhile. Then you need to build up your ability to concentrate. Then you focus. And when you focus, the cotton candy starts to dissolve. Sometimes just a little bit, sometimes a lot. But the more you can concentrate, the more that will dissolve. The more you can penetrate. It's not just seeing what's there, because what's there is a nonsense. You need to penetrate that. Now, the tool for penetrating that is the ability to concentrate. How do you learn to concentrate? Well, you have to learn to meditate. So can you do it? Of course you can. It's a skill. All skills can be learned. You just have to be reasonably competent. But the big difficulty with meditation is not that it's difficult, it's that people don't seem to, it's the time. People will not spend the time. They would rather learn a new piece of knowledge and then expect that one piece of knowledge to do the business for you. But you have to hone a skill, hone it. And that means developing a habit of meditation. And people talk the talk about meditation, but to do it, many people don't do that. But we think we can do this with knowledge. This is the problem. You need concentration. You need to be able to concentrate. The more you can concentrate, the more direct perception you'll get. Now, to be able to concentrate, remember what I was saying on Friday and this morning, then you have to have a calm mind. No use, okay, today I'm going to come. Even going into retreat, not helpful until you get your mind a bit calm. How do you get your mind calm? Through ethics. You need to calm the mind with ethics. This is why one of the ways of looking at all Buddhist teachings is to, you can clump them into ethics, concentration, and wisdom. All the teachings, all the practices, all the study goes into either this bundle of ethics, this bundle of concentration, or this bundle of wisdom. And yet you need to attack all these three things at the same time, because each of them inform the other. You can't approach it like this. You can learn it like that because that's the way our minds work, but you don't enact it like that. You enact it together. Sometimes when your mind is really calm, your concentration is so much better. And sometimes when your concentration is really good, you start to get little mini awakenings. Ooh, those aha moments. And you need those aha moments because it keeps you going. Those aha moments in the Dharma is touching what's called Buddha nature. If you start to learn to concentrate in shamatha, then you start to touch that part of your Buddha nature, which can be blissful. And you don't know where it's coming from. This wave of, by doing nothing. In fact, the less you do, the better. I loved it. See, when someone told me that, I thought, that's for me. And you mean the less I do, the happier I'll get? Yes, I love that. I like that idea. And in shamatha, it's like that. Well, yeah, you can say that. So as you calm right down, then the Buddha nature and the qualities of the Buddha nature start to arise. And these qualities are bliss, more than any bliss you'd ever have. A quality of luminosity comes. I mean, not all the time, but you get these waves. And these waves of non-conceptuality. If you don't know what's happening, then you get a bit worried. But if you've had your study and you've thought about it and you recognize it, then it's marvelous. And that keeps you going. And when you get that, you think, ooh. And this is insight here. Then what happens is your ethics improve. Your ethics improve. You push your positive virtues because the rewards are so high. You reduce your non-virtues because the immediate aftermath is rubbish. You don't mind learning to concentrate a wee bit more. You're desperate to do a retreat for a year, 2 years, 3 years, more. Why? Because you're foolish? No, because you want some of the good stuff. Nothing compares with that. Nothing. And the cherry on the cake is the wisdom of emptiness. That'll stop everything. But it's never in isolation. And when people see this, sometimes they just step back and think it's too much. It's too much. To step back. They would be happy learning this and then putting that. But when they see the totality of it, the context, they think it's too much. It isn't. It's worth it. It's worth attempting it. Moving forward, moving forward, moving forward. Creating merit. All of this, if you understand karma, all of this creates so much positive merit. And this is not somebody in the sky going, aha, that's like 50 points to her. And not like that. Really. You're doing positive things and it's going on to the mind stream. And once it's on the mind stream, and especially if you've dedicated and you're keeping it safe, once those causes and conditions are around and that ripens, it will ripen the way it was planted. It will ripen positively. It's never a waste of time. Even if you're saying to yourself, I can never reach that, does not matter. One step forward, fantastic. Really.
A couple of points.
Mm-hmm.
First, I think I have the impression that we might individually have different ideas of what the word emptiness means. There's certain different schools, different.
There are. I'm not going into all that because that's huge.
But everything we've mentioned, I've seen sort of.
Yeah.
Shakes. Okay. The
different schools within Buddhism have got a different way of explaining emptiness, and there's different levels of subtlety. If you're studying this particular school looks in what's called the Prasangika Madhyamika, a view of emptiness. But as we're not doing that, thank goodness, if we think about it like this, when you think of emptiness, in your mind, always think of, right? Never think emptiness, think emptiness of, right? Now, if you think emptiness of, then you want to fill that gap, don't you? So what you're thinking was emptiness of inherent existence, emptiness of a concrete self, emptiness of existing in and of itself. You need to listen to this a few times, you need to think about it, you need to meditate. Why are we talking about empty of? Because we're already full of rubbish. We're full of concepts that I am real, that there's something in here concrete, yes? You're empty of that. You have to deconstruct this. You can't just say, it's not that, it's this. It sounds good, no use at all. Because we're so convinced, without thinking about it, that we're full of this concrete idea of me, I, and mine. But you're empty of that. That's what emptiness means. Empty of that. And if that wasn't enough, we see all phenomena like that. We see everything, all phenomena, as having within it something that's concrete, something that's permanent, something that in and of itself is inherently existence. Yes. Yes. The cup of the cup.
And that's the emptiness of the cup, at least.
Say again?
Now I'm getting into trouble again.
Yeah, I don't want to go too far. I want to plod my way through this, because otherwise it gets. So all phenomena we see as having something within it that's permanent. This is not true, but it's how we see it. But we're going to concentrate just on the self, right? Because as Lama Tsongkhapa says, if you can understand the emptiness of self, you can apply that logic to everything else and it'll be much easier. So we're going to concentrate on self, right? So what we have to think is it true that I have an idea of a self that's permanent? That something within me is really Mary? Kind of inherently me, right? Is that true? Well, it is, but how do you look at it? Well, let's look at it like this. So using the 2-breath method, just calm the body, mind again. And again, using your experience, we're going to do this analytically, using your experience, your creativity, visualization, bring everything into play that you can. And I want you to bring to mind when you were really, really angry. Bring to mind the situation. How did it come about? Who were there? How did it grow? What did it feel like? Really make it real. Flood your mind with it. Who said what to whom? What did I say? What did I think? All of it. Horrible situation. Now, can you see that that anger arose based on a strong sense of I? Ask yourself that question. Allow the anger to flood your mind again. Who said what to when, to how? What did I feel? What did I say? And when it's at its peak, ask yourself, can I see how this has arisen directly from a strong sense of I? Now, bring to mind a time when you were heavily criticized. Nobody likes that. Bring to mind a time when you were heavily criticized. How did it feel? Who said what? How did my body feel? How did my mind feel? Can you see how that feeling derived from a strong sense of I? That whole experience came from this strong sense of I. Is that possible? So imagine that you're with a group of people, perhaps having coffee, and the same type of criticism, at the same type of level, is being directed to someone other than yourself. How does it feel? Is it different from when the criticism was directed at you? If so, why? Thank you. Need some form of concentration to be able to do this properly, but analysis works very well here. So now in groups of no more than 3, I want you to discuss how that went. So the first bit was anger. Remembering a time when you were really, really angry. And the question was, can you see that that anger arose from a strong sense of I? Yes or no? When you were criticized, and that's very hard. I don't care if somebody calls it constructive criticism or what they call it, nobody likes it. And it immediately, right? Can you see how that arose? Where did it arise from? It didn't come like a thunderbolt here. No. Can you see how that arose from a strong sense of I? Now compare that for when you were in a group and the same type of criticism is being directed at someone else, usually someone that's not present. How did it feel? What was the difference? That's what I want you to discuss. Okay? So in groups of no more than 3. Thank you. Yeah, I know you didn't expect to work this hard, but you know what to do. And this is one of the big difficulties. Well, maybe not. That's not the right word, big difficulties. But sometimes when you're learning the Dharma, there's so much involved. You have a question, but it's hard to put into words. So you start and you go, you know the question, but hard to put into words. But the more you meditate, the more you study the Dharma, the words will come. The words within the Dharma have particular meanings. And this is what this weekend is about, is to try and arm ourselves with the possibility of doing this. So we're using concepts and ideas. So this thing about criticism and anger, I find personally criticism quite interesting, more than anger. But this is the type of thing you need to put, once you understand what's going on, the next time someone criticizes you, you have a choice. You can go, how dare they? And you can get really caught up in the story of it, blah, de, blah, de, blah, de, blah. Or you can go, ooh. And then the person that's criticized you becomes your best friend. How wonderful. They've given you the opportunity to try and find the eye. No, I know. You think, don't you, this is not possible. Oh, yes. This is how a bodhisattva thinks. When an adverse situation happens to us, a bodhisattva goes, now is my chance to practice patience and generosity. You do not learn the 6 perfections, the way of a bodhisattva, from your friends. No. You get a chance to act out the 6 perfections from people that disturb your mind. They become very precious. Imagine if you had never been in a situation, or it was too long ago when you were heavily criticized. How could you bring that up in your meditation now and learn? You couldn't. You couldn't do it. So actually, whoever was involved in criticizing you at that time, really, you should thank them. Now. At the time, difficult. But now, very useful. You might as well use what you have. Most of what we have is crap. Most of what we have is nonsense. But if that's all you've got, use it. Use it. Yes?
We also talked about how you can use it many times because of maybe one situation and you realize with the criticism and you're in a place where you have the space or the knowledge to say, okay, this is not about me, and being wise about it, but then maybe later on it comes back.
Of course. This is habit. This is habit. Old memories, old judgments, old conversations come. Well, I remember in 1986 when they just going on, and you bring it up and you make it heavy. Oh, it's exhausting. You don't have to do that. But in meditation, if this has happened to you, bring it up and use it, of course. But when something like that happens, if you can, don't know. If you can do it there and then, very good. I usually find a toilet. That's what I do. I think people thought I had a weak bladder at one stage. But when anything happened like that, when I got angry or irritated or whatever, I would just say, I just have to go to the toilet for a minute. And I'd sit on them and go, I had to find a quiet spot and then think about it. And if I couldn't do it there and then all I could do was, as Shanti Davis says, be like a block of wood, you know, so that things that are coming at you just bounce off. Don't react. If you can, just don't react. Save it, that situation, for a time when you can sit down quietly with it. But at one stage, I had people wondering if I had bladder infection. I was running. Did I say something?
It must be so irritating because they're just getting their heat up.
I know.
And then you say, I'm just going to go.
I know. But this happened. But have you noticed there are certain people you just irritate? It's like, well, maybe it's just me, I don't know. But, you know, there just are certain people who just find you irritating. I mean, for me, I can spot them a mile off. And, you know, how you deal with that, it changes as you get older. And I mean, I remember one particular monk, I won't say his name, but this particular irritated everything out. I mean, he just had to look at me, you know. And one day we were in a cab in Kopan, going down to Bodh Gaya. And he just turned to me and said, you are just my object of patience. You irritate me so much. And I, of course, instead of being, I just said, get in line. Do you think you're the only person I irritate? You're nothing special. I irritate quite a few people. And he's going, this was not skillful. What I did was not skillful, but I couldn't resist it. I couldn't resist it. I couldn't. And of course, all this comes from things like past lives. It comes from things that you've done that you've not noticed, that other people have taken offense. I mean, we can set out to offend people and then you offend them, right? But more often than not, you're offending people without knowing. You have no intention to offend, but they have taken offense. You can't control that. And so the next interaction you have, you know, you've become their object of patience. I can't tell you how to many people I am their object of patience. Yes, and they do delight in telling you what to do. But it becomes very, very useful. Very useful. Because what you need to see, what you need to get a taste of, is that this anger, this irritation, this, when someone criticizes you, you know, this kind of, it doesn't just spontaneously arise. It is not directed at you with a thunderbolt from on high. It comes from somewhere. Where does it come from? On what does it depend? It depends on something because nothing exists in and of itself. Everything is mutually dependent, right? So this cannot arise without something being there. What is it that's there? Solid idea of I. Now, you can say that, you can intellectualize it, but nothing beats doing the meditation on it, especially when it happens, bringing it up again and again and becoming sensitive to your mind. We're not often that sensitive to our mind, really. It's just like, well, it just, many people, it just happens. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. First comes the thought. Yeah. So you're becoming, in meditation, you become sensitive. And so where is it right? And you can almost feel it welling up. Where is it welling up from? This is the question you have to ask yourself. From the strong sense of I. Now you need to taste that and taste it on a regular basis. Why? Because that is what does not exist. Yeah, we'll go into that a bit later. So you're going to have a break now, half an hour. Have a nice coffee, have a hot chocolate, have something to eat. Always nice. And I'll see you at 3:30. Thank you so much.